Recording in progress.
All right, good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, August the 1st, 2023. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, July 28th, 2023 at 2:25 p.m.
Thank you. Let's pause briefly for a moment of silence, and then we'll have the pledge of the flags.
Please join the pledge. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to thee, Texas,
one state, under God, one indivisible.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. All right, if there's any members of the public here to speak to the court on business matters, please do so at this time. Seeing none, we had no one call in, okay? All right, let's move on to under item D, under proclamations and resolutions. I think we have a couple of proclamations that are sponsored by, so Mr. Miller, if you want to go over D1 and D2.
Thank you, and good morning. Yes, D1 is a proclamation recognizing and honoring Miss Florence Elizabeth Campbell on her 100th birthday. That event will be this Saturday. They're going to have a birthday party for her, and I consider it an honor to engage with someone who has lived a century. So I want to thank the court for agreeing to that proclamation for her. The second one acknowledges the retirement of Miss Linda Mason Crawford. You all may know her. She's the co-owner and publisher of the Anchor News that we distribute from the Records Building. Well, she is retiring from McLean Community College after 34 years at the college and 44 years total in the field of education, and that proclamation was given to her this past Saturday at her retirement party. And so, if there are no objections, I would like to ratify the proclamation given to Ms. Crawford and ask for approval for the proclamation for Ms. Campbell. So I would offer the motion to approve D1 and D2.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass.
Thank you.
All right. Going to under items E and the consent agenda. Recommended pull is E3A, incentive pay. Is there any other pulls recommended by the court? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the previously mentioned pull?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. All right. So, Anna, we're going to go to items E3A.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Morning.
morning.
So I have here the compiled incentive pay list with every official and department head's requested incentive pay per employee that they have on their list. I have incorporated in the request just for information for the Commissioners Court to consider. It has the number of employees participating in the incentive pay list or that are eligible for incentive pay this year. And again, just to go back on incentive pay, it is intended to reward or praise employees for the performance that they had during the last review period, which was April 1st of 2022 through March 31st of this year, 2023. And so there's two sets of incentive pay lists that I bring before the court for approval. The first is the general participating offices with the majority of participating employees in incentive pay. And then the second is the incentive pay list for department heads only, which for that list, HR gathered the requested pay from each court member and averaged those together. So that's how we came to the amount for the department heads. So those two packets are there before you. There are some additional items or requests that I need to identify for the court because they'll require a specific approval from you. So
That's their,
the first is a incentive pay.
that's Mercedes.
Hang on a minute. Thanks. All right. Proceed.
The first is a request to consolidate the incentive pay budgets for the tax office and the sheriff's office because they have their offices split up between multiple budgets. And so this is something that's been done in the past and it's been approved in the past. It's a typical practice for them to have this request. We'd like the court's approval of that practice again this year. In addition to that, HR usually identifies any one of our offices who had late submission of their evaluations. And so it's just a handful this year. So most offices did submit all their employee evaluations on time. That submission date was May 1st, because we like to have those, that confirmation that they were delivered and discussed with the employee immediately following the performance review period. And which is why we set that deadline of May 1st, because we know at least a month after the review period, that employee and that supervisor are discussing their performance. So the district attorney's office is on the list. They did submit most of their performance evaluations just one day late, and that was just due to an employee outage. There were, however, 4 reviews that weren't submitted with that first batch that weren't submitted until June 29th. So that's almost 2 months after the deadline. And so what we put before the court is a list with the entire office for the court's approval of the late submission and an additional list of the entire office with the exception of those 4 2-month late evaluations. And I just put that before the court to see if they have a preference as to which list they would consider for approval, if any at all. The next group of employees that had their evaluations submitted late were department heads. And then following that, it's the list for our DPS support employee. So those are the 3 we have on the list there. Do I have any questions from the court on those groups?
Any questions?
Did you ask why
Yes.
some of these were submitted late?
Yes, and all 3 of these were submitted like the following day after the deadline. And it was just really related to either employee absence or just they had a lot on their plate and they couldn't manage getting to that deadline. With the exception of the 2-month late, the 4 employee evaluations that were 2 months late, we don't know why.
No reason given?
No, sir.
Which one was that?
So that's under the district attorney's office. Again, most of their department's evaluations were submitted just immediately the day after the deadline of May 1st. So they were submitted May 2nd. But there were 4 missing.
Out of that department?
Yes, out of that department. these would be eligible employees for incentive pay. They're not new hires, or they scored enough to be eligible for
Under no
it.
fault of their own.
Yeah, it's not their fault.
Right.
And, you know, I'm sure they hit the ground running over there as well.
Yeah.
So the
yes.
first year going through this process, I have some leniency for them on that.
I agree.
Great. So those are the groups that I bring before the court, just their evaluations were late. I have an additional department that I want to highlight for the court. So this year, we had one department who didn't meet the training requirement for supervisors. We asked that each department or office have at least one supervisor participate in supervisor performance management training prior to completing evaluations. And we actually had all offices participate and designate a supervisor to participate in this training, with the exception of one court, and that was the 170th District Court. They did not have any judge or supervisor representative attend one of the 4 online available sessions. We did reach out and offer just a quick 30-minute in-person overview of performance management strategy, but we didn't receive a response.
Okay, what's the,
Did they have a supervisor the prior year complete the training?
I believe they did,
They
but I
did.
can,
They did have a supervisor the prior year. You know, and I've brought this up before, that I think some of this training, unless that person changes, could be spread out to an every other year training to begin with. So if they had a supervisor who was trained the year before, then I don't necessarily have a problem with it. That's just my opinion. And that's something I'd like for us to look at going forward too, would be perhaps to stagger that to an every other year training, unless that position changes, the actual person.
Sounds good.
yeah, the only thing we have to be careful of, that we don't start getting, you know, if we make rules that don't have exceptions, we either need to stick to the rules or put an exception in there, put up, you know, certain exceptions can be made or something like that. You know how things, you know, we did it for this one, you can do it for this one. And so if we thought training was important, that's one thing. If we think it's repetitious, which I can agree with that, then I don't know, do we need to be so repetitive, or do we need to say, no, we need to drive this in? There are certain things that we learn that we need to be refreshed on, you know, and cybersecurity up, you know, things like that. But some critical HR issues as well.
so I have a kind of another point here, or information that I wanted to also share with the court, and I think it may have weight in the current discussion related to training. And so something that HR tries to identify every year on behalf of the court is any performance scoring that might be out of the normal, or that we would consider outlier scoring. And so HR did identify 2 departments that turned in evaluations for their staff and rated them all 10s. And so the 170th would be one of these 2.
Yeah. So I'm assuming they took life-saving measures on someone, and that's what got them a 10? I don't know.
And so we've reached out to both of these offices to offer that, that training related to the performance management program and the intent behind the scoring and definitions of the scoring scale.
I've always supported the program because I support anything that serves as an incentive for the employees and allows them to be rewarded, especially since we alleviated the, the longevity. So I think this is a really good way, a really good tool in retaining good employees. We can't tell elected officials what to do outside of monitoring and adopting their budgets. And so I thank all of the elected officials who adhere to county policy, because we know that's just really a team psyche that they're doing, because you just really can't tell them what to do and what not to do. So all of that being said, when you come in new, it's a learning curve. So those departments that are learning the policy and getting the time frame down, I could see giving them grace. I don't see it the same way with a department head who's been here and knows the policy and just didn't want to do it. That, to me, that's a different circumstance. And I think all of our employees probably are 10s. I think the county rocks, and we have good people. But I do think there are some employees that really deliver on behalf of their department. And so when you have a tool that allows you to say to that employee, thank you, we see you, and you don't use it, I don't think it's the court's fault. I think that falls squarely on that department head. And so that's pretty much how I feel about the exceptions that you had said. I'm like the judge. If we're gonna have a rule, we have a rule. If you're gonna buy into the policies, then buy into the policies. But we can't make anybody do anything if they're an elected official.
Any other thoughts or comments?
Anything that's punitive in nature ends up falling on the shoulders of the employees who, through no fault of their own, end up in this situation. And I don't necessarily support any type of punitive action that penalizes the employees who are doing their job and through no fault of their own end up in this situation.
I agree with that. So I think there ought to be something about an exception for what good it'll do. And then the other thing is back, before I forget it, is on a department head or elected official that does all 10s, one thing I'd check and see if there's any performance issues in HR file on any of those 10, any of those that got 10. And I think you might find that. And so I thought that was an eliminating factor if someone was on a performance plan or something. But anyhow, that's to keep it general.
And that's part of the reasoning with the 2% budget, is ultimately the official is limited to just that 2% and payout. And so
Okay.
folks who have a score of 10 technically are eligible for
That's right.
3%, but they're only getting 2% in most instances because
Okay.
For the departments that end up with all 10s, would we want to consider bumping those payouts to the average as opposed to what, you know what I'm saying, Anna, does that make sense? In other words, you're saying that the average incentive payout was 130505, but the average among all participants ranges and scores from 5 to 10 is 113489. Would we want to look at the difference between that and maybe consider that because of the all 10s? Would that make sense, or am I not making sense?
I'm not sure I'm understanding.
Probably not making sense.
But those that do have the 10 score, you can see it's a
It made
small
sense to
figure
me.
that
I
scored
thought-
10. And on average, they're actually getting less than folks who scored an 8 or a 9. And again, that's related to the maximum budget they have available.
Yeah. You said the average incentive payout request for these particular departments was 130505, and the average payout among all participants ranging from scores 5 to 10 is 113489. That's what I'm asking. Would it be more in line if that's what their payout was, 113489? Or there's no correlation there to support that?
So I don't, what,
I see
go
what you're
back
saying.
again, what questions do you need answered by this court?
I see what you're saying, Commissioner Smith. So we seek approval for these kind of 2 areas that we identified, and one is the late submissions, but I feel like that was
Yeah, I think,
that was clear. We
Let
want to go
somebody
ahead and
feel
approve and include all those employees in incentive pay participation, and then the other was the training requirement, and I think I also got the indication that we want to go ahead and have that office participate as well.
right.
And so that just leaves the approval of both the general participating office incentive pay list, including these identified kind of out of policy offices, and the department head pay list.
Okay. All right.
I have one thought. Okay, because first I want to appreciate all the department heads, elected or appointed, that followed the policy. I think that does need to be mentioned somewhere, because I don't want to come in here year after year, and we have people who didn't do what they were asked to do since February, and we go, oh, it's okay. So somewhere, maybe tweak it. If we're saying that new elected officials coming in, then put that wording in there that gives them a little comfort in knowing if they don't meet the deadlines, that's okay, because you're a first time, this is your first time or something. Now, on the training, I did not. Now, it can be the court's consensus, but people who just blatantly look at the policy and don't want to do it, it's not the court that's hurting their employees, it's them. That's why they should have took the training. It's not on us when they don't take the training, but they can still get the payout. But I want the record to reflect, no, I wasn't in support of the one that didn't meet the training.
Okay.
I do have a solution to this problem,
I know you do.
and I offer it every year, so,
Oh, that one? Oh,
just to the incentive pay problem.
I knew where you go.
Well, and I think it needs to be pointed out, I think every department head complied. I think it was only elected officials.
And it's really only one. We had
Yeah.
we only had 2 folks who, because of scheduling, weren't able to meet one of the pre-scheduled
Right.
training sessions, but they were immediately just, ready to
Yeah,
schedule an additional training there in their office, and we're very open to the training. And so I think overall, the program really highlights the willingness of our supervisors and officials to seek an advantage for their employees.
okay. All right. So what's the pleasure of the court?
I would assume that what would seem to be a consensus would be then in a form of a motion that we approve the payout of the incentive program and include all departments and offices in the payout.
Is that, okay?
Does that make sense?
Is that the motion?
That was my motion.
Second.
All right, I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think that carries us to under item F, under budget amendments, transfers regarding the FY '23 budget. So Francis?
Yes, sir. So, starting with, F1A, I believe we need to defer this
All
item.
right, I'll make a motion to defer. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
And then moving on to F1B1, this item also goes with item G1A, but this is a budget amendment in the general fund, moving from contingencies into capital outlay for the security camera project at the West substation, West tax substation, rather. The quote is attached from Extraco Technologies, and I know the IT department can speak on that if needed.
Okay,
If
any,
we- Yeah, if we could, how much did it change? What do we, from its inception, or not inception, but from the first look to now? How many cameras, what,
so either John or Tim,
I think the cameras pretty much stayed 12 and 5, didn't they? The two different locations, the JP and the tax office, wasn't that right? 12 at one, 5 at the other?
We're just talking about tax.
Oh, we're just talking about tax right here?
Yeah.
That was what?
They
Five-
split it out.
5 cameras.
Yes, we're just talking about the tax office.
And this comment right here, the IT requested item be deferred, but that was from the last meeting and not today. You want to go
Correct,
ahead and
yes.
approve, you're seeking approval of this for today, right?
Yes, this and the G1A.
F1, okay, and G1A goes with it, okay?
You want to go over G1A? I think it'll help us with F1B1.
Sure. So this is just the tax office camera. So the reason we're taking these separately now is the tax office needs a new camera system. Theirs is completely dead, no cameras. So we need to watch the money over there and everything that happens in the tax office. So we wanted to go ahead and move forward with that. As you know, we came forward with a request earlier from a different company with more cameras in it. This time, we have changed that request. We had Extraco come out and do evaluation of the situation. And we're recommending 5 cameras in that location. There are 2 360-degree cameras, one in the lobby in front of the tax office and then one inside the tax office. And then there are 2 directional cameras in there on the tellers, watching the money. And then there's 1 camera outside that's watching the door for them so they can see what's out there before they go out. The reason they had to do that is the door that was put in there is a solid door. They can't see at all outside. And sometimes, especially in the winter, they'll be leaving in the evening where it's dark outside. They don't know what's out there. So it's a safety issue on that camera.
so from 12 to 5, is that what we're saying?
Tim, what was the original count on cameras? Do you remember? For the tax office alone?
I thought it was 5.
You know, I'm thinking of the JP side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We originally brought those items together and that's probably,
So there's no
we probably shouldn't
outside,
have done that.
The other two.
there's no outside camera that kind of looks out all the cars in the parking lot? There is no outside camera?
No, there's a separate item which we'll bring probably next session for the JP office, which includes outside cameras
Okay.
for the parking Tax area. office stayed the same. Stayed the same number of cameras. We changed the quality of the cameras and the camera system that they're attached to.
Okay.
okay, we're probably already through talking to it, but be careful about talking about placement of cameras and those things for security reasons, so.
Sorry, yes, okay.
Okay.
Sorry, the total on that is $16,245. And that is the request, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And the IT has looked that over our project, guys, and also, again, Extraco, and that's what we're recommending to the court,
Okay.
recommending approval.
Motion to approve.
F1B1.
I would actually prefer that we get these get these quotes before we actually do the budget amendment. So, I would make a motion to approve G1A.
Second?
All right, I have a motion and second on G1A. Any other discussion?
Is this quote?
No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
And then I make a motion to approve F1B1.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Was there any pertinent information y'all talked about just then?
No, I think she was just
Okay.
making sure we were getting to the budget amendment,
All right,
correct?
thank you. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and so then moving on to F1B2. This is general fund, tax office, ad valorem specifically, moving within their department into other services and charges, for charges, from CTWP, for copier. F1C.
Is there a quote that goes along with this, F1B2?
It's all attached there in the packet.
$37.50.
Behind. I'm sorry, yes, yes. So it's an invoice that's putting them over budget. And the last one that y'all approved, the quote from Extraco is attached to that one as well. And then F1C, this is General Fund Constable Precinct 1. They're requesting to move from multiple lines of their department into the part-time pay line item. So they're needing to utilize their part-time pay more than they budgeted for the remainder of the year. F1D, this is General Fund County Court at Law 2. They're requesting to move within their department into repair and maintenance. And this, again, is for additional costs from CTWP for copier charges. F1E, this is General Fund County Judge. The request is to move from multiple line items in that department into the professional development line. And this is to cover additional conferences that staff members in their office will be attending. F1F1. This is Fund 421, so this is proceeds from our 2021 bond. This request is to increase the tower budget line for Road and Bridge 3. And so it is related to quotes from Western Towers and Motorola. F1, F2. This is also in Fund 421, the 2021 bond proceeds, and this is to increase the line item for ADA modifications. It's related to a CPNY, or excuse me, STV invoice that was approved on July 25th. F1G, we need to defer this today.
All right, is there a motion to defer F1G?
So move.
Second?
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
F1H1, this is general fund for our jail medical department at Highway 6, and they are requesting to move from full-time employees into part-time pay and to increase their part-time utilization before year end. And then F1H2, this is general fund Jack Harwell Detention Center Medical. And they're requesting to move from full-time employees into the overtime pay for additional overtime needed for the remainder of the year.
Okay. All right, with the exception of the deferred item of F1G, is there a motion to approve F1B2 to all the way to F1, what is that?
H2.
H2.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, under F2 regarding the FY24 budget.
So I don't know if we want to come back, do we need to come back to these items
Okay,
after we're done with the regular agenda?
all right, let's hold these.
I think you could go ahead, I don't know if F2C and D, if there's anything that need to be discussed on those.
This-
And so, Judge, the F2C is the Waco McLennan County Library discussion and or action regarding the funding allocation.
We had this on the agenda last Tuesday, and then it was discussed during the budget work sessions. So what we would like to do is go ahead and make a motion at that funding level. The court had decided on 20% of the library budget minus those indirect costs, which totals $1,075, $1,075,191. And then we can relay that to the city of Waco, and then we will work on the 1-year renewal of the interlocal agreement.
All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Make a motion to approve the contract with the City of Waco Library in the amount of $1,075,000. Is that right, Dustin?
Yeah, $1,075,191, to be exact.
That's the motion.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Then F2D is McLennan County 911 Emergency Assistance District discussion regarding 2023-2024 proposed budget. They have submitted their proposed budget as they are required to do under the Texas Health and Safety Code. We can review that and submit any comments back to the board if we so choose, and their budget will be approved and effective on October 1.
All right. Any questions or comments?
I make a motion to approve the requested or the proposed budget from the McLennan County 911 Emergency Assistance District.
All right, is there a second? I'll
Second.
second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, moving on to item G, bids, RFPs, RFQs. G1's authorization of video surveillance system quotes with Extraco Technologies. And I don't know, was one of these already deferred and approved, or do we need to take action on either one of these?
We already approved.
G1A was approved.
And we still need to defer.
G1B. G1B is regarding Justice of the Peace Precinct 3. Motion to defer G1B.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
G2 is authorization of proposal from Lockbridge Priest, and I believe this needs to be deferred as well. Motion to defer.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to defer. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Under item H, contracts and interlocal agreements, H1 is authorization of contract for software with EDOC Technologies for the district clerk case management software. This needs to be deferred as well.
So move.
All right.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to defer item H1. Any discussion? There's no discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
H2 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreements with City of Golson for road work on Merriware Drive, Joanna Drive, and Wesley Chapel Road. Commissioner Jones?
This is just a standard interlocal agreement for some chip seal work. Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
H3 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with the City of Waco by and through the Waco-McLennan County Public Health District for on-site sewage facilities. And we went over this budget amount during budget work sessions last week. It totals $81,157 that's allocated for the OSS services. This agreement has not changed. Only things, the dates have been updated, so it is a renewal and is recommended for approval.
Okay. All right. I'll make a motion to approve it.
Second.
You have a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H4 is authorization of technical support, remote support agreement with BIS Digital, contract for county court at law number 3. This totals $791.93 for software and hardware system support for county court at law number 3, and it's recommended for approval.
All right. Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H5, authorization of master service agreement and addendum with Recourse Communications for recruiting firm for jail facility. David Ives?
Yes, how are y'all this morning?
Good morning.
Morning.
This is the agreement that we had previously mentioned with the court and discussed with HR. HR has spoken to it briefly as well, I believe, in regards to trying to fill open slots for jail. They're going to do so via reaching out to candidates, pulling listservs, and doing a lot of the initial vetting of these to make sure that all the applications that get turned over to us are actually qualified. As it sits right now, typically we get about, of the 100% of the applications we received, only about 25% of them meet the basic qualifications. So they've been very successful with Bear County, Denton County, Midland County, Ector County, and we would like to use this service to try and fill our open slots.
All right, any questions?
What are the, I assume we've got some measurable results here that we can determine the effectiveness of this, and this will be in conjunction with HR, I think, working. I'm getting a head shake from Anna back there, so I assume that's correct. But how will you measure, David, whether or not at the end of ever how many months it is, or 90 days, or whatever, that it was successful?
So, Commissioner, how we would look at it is the number of qualified applications we received. So the company is not doing like full-grown law enforcement background investigations. They don't have the ability to do that.
Right.
But they do have the ability to just vet the applicants to make sure that they meet the basic qualifications to go into the background process. So what we'll be looking at is the number of qualified applications that we receive, and in quantity, and what percentage of those are qualified. That's how we'll be looking at it.
And you'll measure that against some prior years, prior months, prior applications, a period of time to where there's a significant increase, or at least an increase of qualified applicants within that time frame versus another time frame?
Correct, yes, sir. We'll be looking at the past several years as far as qualified applications received versus what we'll be receiving in the 60-day program that we'll be running with RCI.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you.
And I did just want to point out, we submitted some minor changes to the contract to RCI. They're reviewing those today, and I believe we'll have an answer back. But we don't want to hold anything up, so we just recommend that approval, pending that final legal review, if that's okay.
All right, sounds good. All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
H6 is authorization of resolution approving McLennan County entering into a local on-system improvement project agreement with the state of Texas, acting by and through the Texas Department of Transportation for Chapel Road and Old Lorena Road. Zane?
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So this is a resolution, an order for a resolution to enter into an agreement with TxDOT for the Chapel Roadway widening project at the intersection with FM 2837, also known as Old Lorena Road. Anytime an agency or entity does any work within TxDOT's right-of-way, the TxDOT requires an agreement with TxDOT. So even though we don't have an agreement yet, they want to have a resolution from this court agreeing to an agreement with TxDOT. And essentially, the agreement's going to say that the county is responsible for all costs associated with the work that's done within TxDOT's right-of-way, which we had already planned for because we're Chapel Road does connect with Old Lorena Road, and so there will be a little bit of road work, pavement, ditch work there, and so we're already planning on paying for that through, of course, bonds. The estimated cost for that little connection to the Old Lorena Road is roughly $132,900. Of course, that's already been accounted for in our construction estimation. So it's recommended that the court approve a resolution to enter into this local on-system improvement project agreement with TxDOT.
Okay, any questions for Zane?
So then, in effect, we're approving this resolution with the idea that we're going to have a traffic light there? Is that the end result, Zane?
No, sir. No, sir. This is just TxDOT requires anytime you work in TxDOT's right of way, you have an agreement that says who pays for what and who's responsible. And so since we are going to be connecting our Chapel Road is going to be widened at the intersection of Old Lorena, TxDOT says we have to have an agreement that the county is responsible for all cost of widening Chapel Road in the TxDOT right-of-way at Old Lorena Road.
Okay, so this is widening of right-of-way then.
And Commissioner, it's not that this just popped in, you're thinking of the traffic light that's been in discussion, and
Right.
it's actually functioning now, it's up and functioning.
There is one up in,
Yes,
okay,
yes,
okay,
sir.
okay.
I knew where you were
Obviously
heading
hadn't
with
been that way in a while.
It's
Okay.
only been up and functioning about 2 or 3 months, so.
And so, as Zane points out, we have to have an agreement. The agreement comes from the court, and it comes in the form of a resolution. So that's,
I'd make a motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H7 is authorization of annual maintenance agreement with Lone Star Chiller Systems for Heart of Texas Fairgrounds Expo Event Center Chiller System. TJ?
Yes, so this was approved in court last agenda, but it ran through as an estimate. We wanted to bring it back and just make sure the court is aware that it is a maintenance agreement and can continue forward with the appropriate signatures.
Okay? Any questions?
No?
Make a motion to approve H7.
Second?
I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H8 regarding the second professional consulting contract addendum with LAN, authorization of professional service invoice. This has to do with water planning, and it's invoice totaling $2,750 for those professional services related to water planning through July the 7th, and it's been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? Not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
We have nothing under items I or J this week. Under item K, grants and grant proposals. K1 is our ARPA discussion. K1A is regarding the professional services agreement with BKD / Forbes, authorization of grant administration services through June. This invoice totals $2,187.12 for those grant administration services, and it has been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
K1B is regarding the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund, discussion and/or action regarding acceptance of second payment allocation, use of funds, and related matters. Francis, did you want to cover this?
Sure. So this is the second tranche of the General Revenue Enhancement Program that falls under LATCF, which is the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund. So it is a grant, in other words, from the U.S. Treasury. We received it in or are receiving it in two pieces. So we've already received the first $50,000 this past year, and then now we are up to get the second piece. And so it can be used really for any governmental purpose except lobbying activity. And so once we certify those funds when we receive them, we'll bring a budget amendment to set up how we want to spend those funds. This last time we received the first $50,000, we just used it to help cover general fund costs that were budgeted. And so just to
Okay?
ease up the general fund burden.
So the only restriction is we can't use it to ask for more money through a lobbyist.
Correct.
Okay. I understand. All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
K1C is regarding the professional consulting contract with LAN, authorization of professional services invoice. This invoice is associated with ARPA, and it's related to the engineering, monitoring, and those services provided through July the 7th, total $6,255.18, and has been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
K2 is the bipartisan infrastructure law discussion, and we have invited Georgina Ibarra with TLC to come to court on either August the 15th or August the 29th, so we should be having an update during the month of August.
Okay, I'll be interested in hearing that.
Moving on to item K3 is regarding the Bureau of Reclamation WaterSmart Grant, short form of agreement with LAN, authorization of professional service invoice number 16. This invoice totals $11,478.75 for the services related to that Water Smart grant through the Bureau of Reclamation, and it has been reviewed and recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Your item L, Department Office Specific Request. L1 is County Sheriff. L1A is authorization of reimbursement for vehicle damage. Francis?
Yes, this was just a request to reimburse a citizen for damage done to their windshield by a mower at the jail. And so
Okay.
the cost is $275.
All right,
Motion to approve.
Second.
have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
L1B is authorization of request for purchase of duty weapon upon retirement of peace officer. Ken?
Yes, we received a letter from the sheriff's office that Jason Davis would like to purchase his service weapon. As in the past, we've believed the fair market value to be $325.
All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item M, additional items, M1's regarding the Local Provider Participation Fund, the LPPF. M1A is an IGT under the CHIRPS program, and M1B is an IGT under the RAPS program. Heather?
Yes, and they both have due dates of 8/17 with settlement dates of 8/18, and we're just asking to be able to IGT up to the balance in the LPPF on the due date.
Okay.
What is the balance now? Or do we have an estimate?
I can pull it. Just give me a second. I have to come back to it. I'm not going to be able to get in from here. I'm sorry. I'll have to bring that
Okay.
back here in a bit.
You can just send it to me. Motion to approve M1A, M1B.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
M2 is discussion and or action regarding an update on the Old Springfield Road Chapel Hill Baptist Church. Commissioner Miller?
Good morning again, and thank you. Tracy's passing out a memo that we can use for discussion purposes. It's simply a summary of what the city of Waco presented that we brought forward to the court the last time we had this discussion, along with the map that kind of shows you the area. The green shade on the map is the city of Waco, and the white shade is McLennan County. That's the county's portion. I'd like to say good morning to Mr. Nathaniel Haynes, who is here from Chapel Hill Baptist Church. Did you have an extra copy by chance? No. I'll get you a copy. I'll get him a copy. But I wanted to bring it back. I didn't want it to die on the vine. In essence, we started this. I sound so loud, but I'm all the way down. Why do I still sound so loud? I don't know. It might just be me. But we started the initial discussion back March of last year, March of 22. And it took some time for us to get some information, some conversations with the city of Waco to see what would an improvement project look like as far as the scope of the project and the cost of the project. And this, again, as a refresher, this is a request to provide water access along Old Springfield Road in the county's part of that road. There's water access in the city portion, There were several questions because we came back and had a second discussion, like I said, after we received some information from the city of Waco. One question was, were the landowners in support of any activity out there relative to water access? And Mr. Shaw, who is out of state on vacation. But I talked to him yesterday. Tracy had a conversation with him. The landowners are still in support, as also in addition to, I should say, Mr. Shaw, because we talked to him about possibly donating easement. When you look at the two options the city of Waco gave us, and he still is in support of doing that donation. Of course, as we mentioned in the prior meeting, he just would need to sit down with our county attorney and see what that looks like. So I gave you a lot of information. I'm gonna just cut to the chase. There were two options from the city of Waco. One was if they ran the line in the road or if they ran the line within the easement. There are two costs. The easement option is clearly the more acceptable cost. And what I wanted to do is to come back to the court and get a more definitive future action from the court, because Precinct 2 is prepared to pay the county-approved contribution up to what the in-easement option would be. And so I want to bring it back
And that's how much?
$144,900. I know the city has mentioned that they will share in. I believe the city is willing to share up to $9,503. That would be gladly accepted. But I did not want to put any cost on the taxpayers out there. And so I want to have a conversation so we can see moving forward what does this project look like and what does our timeline look like?
Okay. Dustin, I don't think Mike's available, but is there a possibility as we add and subtract out of the ARPA funding that some of this could be covered under that, or rather than tax?
I think so, Judge. We'd have to get a final review by Forvis of it. And I do know, like we've talked about many times, that we've allocated funds for county projects such as HVAC and then the downtown jail. And then we have the low water crossings and culverts line items. If all that money is fully spent, we probably have roughly $500,000 to $600,000 that's unallocated. But Francis had helped look at this before, and about half of that probably needs to be held on to as we continue the monitoring costs, and with LAN, with Forvis, and also with legal. So there's probably roughly $200,000 to $300,000 that could still be committed to a certain project. I will also say that I had a couple of the nonprofits last week that we had that met the previous deadline, but we were holding on while we looked at the water projects and as we looked at fire protection and safety and those other things we considered under ARPA, that they're just asking for a status update. And so we let them know we would just bring those back up to court as well.
Okay. Any thoughts on that?
No, I'm in total agreement. If we can find other sources, that would be great. That would be great. I would just like today, as we continue to research and see where funding would come from, if I could get from the court a motion or an action that says that we approve the water access project on Old Springfield Road, and we can look for optional funding sources.
So,
but I want to get.
are you saying you have it in your budget now?
I do. I
You
have
will
it in
have it.
contingencies.
So I guess that would be, well, first, if we use ARPA, we would need to be sure we can, contractually get that, be sure it qualifies and those kind of things. If it does not, and you choose to do it through your budget, then the court, when we approve the overall budgets, it's already rolled in there, so I don't know, do we need to have any action under that?
Well, I think we need to approve the project. Right now, we haven't even committed to the project. I think we can work out the funding sources.
I agree. I think we need some sort of affirmation that we're behind the project regardless of where the funding comes from whence the funding comes. But I think, and I think it's it fits right in with our water needs for the county. I don't have a problem with the project, and I certainly support moving forward. And then,
Do you think it'll be completed in this, it's next budget year in all likelihood?
That was my question too.
Yeah, I think that's going to warrant, I think we're going to have a conversation, Dustin, in the city of Waco to see how long this project would take. That's one of the things we did not get. We got the scope, we have the cost, but we don't have that timeline. We need to see how long it will take.
Is the city gonna actually do the work, or is this gonna be contracted out?
I think the city's going to take responsibility for the work, but I don't know if they're going to contract with another person, but it looks like the city's going to do the work.
I don't know. We would have to assume, we'd assume we wouldn't do it. It would be the city, and they could use an outside contractor to do it themselves, so don't know that. But I think we'd have to get a little further into get a
I
commitment.
support.
Yeah, I support
this
this
and moving forward.
Okay. All right, I'm looking for a motion.
Okay, my motion would be to approve the Old Springfield Road Water Access Project.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
And we will bring back updates as far as who's going to be responsible for the project and how long the project's going to take. We will bring that back.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Dustin.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right, moving on to item N, Americans with Disabilities Compliance Project. N1 is authorization of professional services invoices with CPNY doing business as STV. N1A is regarding ADA study report for the month of June. Ken, did you want to handle this, or would you like for me to?
Oh, no, it's fine. It's, for the month of June, it's the ADA study for polling location surveys in the amount of $53.
All right, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court? I'll move we approve. Is there a second? Yep. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
N1B is records building ADA renovations for June, invoice number 4. Ken?
Yes, and again, this is county records building access survey for the month of June in the amount of $34,529.50.
All right, any questions? No questions. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve the invoice.
Second.
I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
We have nothing under item O, the venue project. Under item P, McLennan County Radio Tower project. P1 is ratification of project milestone certificate of completion. This is installation of microwave antennas at Waco Police Department building for Road and Bridge Precinct 1, Road and Bridge Precinct 3, and Road and Bridge Precinct 4. And as stated, this is just the certificate of completion for those. We are seeking for it to be ratified because Frank did sign it when he had visited with Motorola prior. So we just need a motion to approve the ratification of this certificate.
Okay. Any questions?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Under item P2 regarding Road and Bridge Precinct 3 Communications Tower, there are 3 items here. P2A is authorization of quote from Western Towers for a line and antenna labor. P2B is authorization of a parts quotation for Motorola from Tower Top Antenna. And P2C is authorization of quote from Motorola for tower climb for antenna installation. Ken, did you want to cover these?
Yes, sir. Even though DPS is building the tower, we're still responsible for installing our antennas on the tower. And so the first quotation from Western Tower is for the people to install those antennas on the tower that they build. On the $19,204, through our projects, we would borrow maybe from one tower to use on a different tower, but then we have to replace what we used. And this is a case, this tower top antenna we used at the Woodway Tower, and when they were doing just doing the checklist of the parts, what we needed for precinct 3, we needed to pay this back. So it is a quote for $19,204 for this tower top antenna, and the one for the $13,882.80 is goes with this, in that this is for the tower crew and technicians to climb the tower and install this tower top antenna. All on Road and Bridge Tower 3.
We don't have anybody willing to climb up there and do it.
Since Wayne retired, we don't.
In my mind, I envision somebody climbing with one hand holding the tower up with the antenna up with the other. I'll get up there eventually.
I kind of thought MOE would jump at the opportunity.
That's right.
Well, Wayne Canada had would do that. He did.
Well,
That explains Wayne now.
more power to
And why maybe you retired.
Sounds like a good place to get out.
My other thought was lay that tower down and put it on before you raise it.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Before this gets out of hand, what's the pleasure of the court?
Make a motion to approve P2A, P2B, P2C.
Second.
All right, have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. All right, so Francis, there's some items that we wanted to go back to, but I think what I'd like to do is take a 5-minute recess, and then I want to visit with you about order of activity. All right, let's take a 5-minute recess. All right. Under, going back to the FY '24 budget, there are a couple of items, at least one item that we need to go into executive session on under 551.074 under personnel matters. And would like for Dustin to stay in, Francis and Anna, and Andy Harwell. So we're going into executive session right now.
Recording in progress.
All right, let's call court back into session. All right, Francis.
So today, we are coming back to where we were, specifically in the general fund. We've walked through each of the funds, and engaged what your ideas were on each of those budgets for each of those funds. But we ended in general fund last Friday. And so what was done behind the scenes since Friday afternoon? So we took those big chunky items, the COLA, the change in the health insurance, those changes for the sheriff's office. And so we've layered those into all of the departments as well as the other funds, how that affected different line items. And so this is where we end up to this point. So today, our tasks are to make any adjustments to this that you want to for the proposed budget. So of course, you can continue to make changes, we can adjust things before the end of August. But this is what will be in the proposed. So this is what's out there for the public to see, to speak on. And so then also our other task today is, so you're gonna let us know that you're good with this, no other changes, and then we'll file that. And then you'll vote on the proposed tax rate today. So this scenario has the no new revenue rate in it, and it's that top yellow box, 0.329805. And you'll see there we end at 35.5% of our, as fund balance, as a percentage of our operating expenditures.
What is the current rate?
Our current tax rate? Our current tax rate is 35355.
37655.
376355.
355.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
have three.
So if, with the no new revenue rate, it's a 4.7 cent drop. So I have.
Do you have,
Oh, sorry.
what, currently, the COLAs for the retiree amounts would be?
Yes, sir. So I actually pulled yesterday, just looked at a 1% retiree COLA. And so that affects your rate for 15 years.
Yeah.
For this budget year that we're talking about, it wouldn't affect things until January 1st, but it would affect it about 150,000 roughly. That would be your expense. So
Per
moving
year.
forward,
150,000 per year.
well,
No.
because you have to look at some different factors,
Okay.
you know, over 15 years, just looking at current estimates, it would be about $3 million over those
Over 15.
Yes.
So in this year's budget, 1% would be how much?
150,000.
That's the 150.
Yes, sir.
And so 3% would be 450?
Correct. So if you at this point, you know, as time goes on, they'll do actuarial evaluations each year, and those rates will be adjusted.
Right.
But I think that's a good,
How much goes into the bucket though that we're already paying on?
Oh, it all goes into the bucket.
yes.
Because you're paying it out over 15 years.
Yeah, so
Right, I'm
it's
just curious how
layering.
much that is.
So
Yeah, the total,
if you made no other changes, our retirement rate starting January 1st of 2024 would be 0.1444. So that's what they estimate we should put in this year on every eligible dollar to keep the plan afloat, to pay out and keep it going. And so this would adjust that rate slightly, which in turn on current payroll dollars results in that.
let's say we didn't
150,000.
want to pay for it over 15 years.
Yes.
What would that cost?
So that's what
That's
we
what I was
can,
trying to get out of my.
yes. Let me,
Pay it all up front.
Yes.
And you get a discount.
Your rate
I mean,
is
you-
lower in those.
Yeah. It's kind of like we did before, a couple times.
I would assume it'd be in millions.
Yeah.
I can get it though. for ya. Sorry, I should have already had this pulled. Bear with me, sorry, one sec.
Three and a quarter. Three and three quarters.
3,375,000.
3,750,000.
Okay, thank you.
So if I might need to circle back to this, just the way the plan customer is pulling, just to make sure.
So
We wanted to keep it the same. What I can do.
I guess we could give a dollar amount that we will invest in if we don't have the.
Okay, so if you wanted to, like, to keep that rate steady, it looks like it would be a little over $2 million upfront, excuse me, and we'll confirm that for sure, of course.
On 1%?
On 1%, yes. So that would be the upfront cost. That's a really, of course, rough number, but
I feel we should do something. They've got inflation like every working employee does. I don't know. I guess we can give a dollar figure. We've got,
Could we look at a 1.5%?
well, we, yeah, so
That would kind of,
that would use, got 3,750,000, I think is what you figured. So,
and those, I believe,
Haley, can you subtract the total fund balance and the target?
I was thinking you could only do those in flat numbers, not like 1.5, but again, Ralph will be here with us after lunch and can answer all those questions for us as well.
well, if we do something though, we need to do it before we adopt the rate, right?
So, I mean, if you propose this right here, you're still at the no new revenue rate and you still have, like Haley pulled up, you know,
Okay,
3.8.
yeah.
So you could make those decisions. You actually have until
Yeah, you can-
December.
You can change it
Yeah.
until we adopt it on the 29th.
Okay.
No, and you could change to, you know, you can change your retirement options up until a certain date in December too.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
And so, of course, you have to have it budgeted, but, you know, that's,
and we just can't,
Also-
whatever rate we set, we can't go above it. We can always go lower.
That's right.
correct.
Yeah, okay.
The other thing too with the retirement is, you know, they give you the rate that you have to pay this year, but you can go over that. So, you know, you could, maybe you don't want to pay out the 2 million, maybe you want to pay out $1 million and then let it increase your rate some. So there's different options you can do there just to make it work. And even if you did go and fund that over 15 years, there's no reason in a future year you can't make a lump sum payment like we have in the past. So you can really play with the numbers.
So, okay, that's one thing to consider. The other one, at one time, Mark McCliney suggested we maybe consider for future planning, raising the INS rate slightly, but I don't know.
So you can only raise it if, like, it's
It has to match up.
calculated on your debt service.
Okay, and so you couldn't, so I think what he was talking about is taking the, whatever bond it is and adding more for the first 2 years to the payment, which would increase your INS rate, and then you would have that, it would permanently set it, not permanently, but it would set it at that. And so within the next 2 years, when that dropped off, you would have room to add more debt, but I think we would probably need to have a more in-depth discussion
And a
about.
lot of time when he talks about keeping the INS rate the same,
Yeah.
like it is comparable to, yes, every year, but the levy grows and grows and grows.
Right.
And so I think he sometimes is talking about the perception of what that tax rate is, and maybe not the levy, not taking into account the increase in the values. But
Yeah.
yeah, he's,
Okay.
and he does structure it so that actual cents does stay the same, close to the same.
And those, after we adopt this, right, we can't adjust those either, except for down. Any like the INS and the M&O, or is it just the
So
total?
once we give the estimate of our debt service to the tax office for the calculation.
Yeah.
When they certify these calculations that they did earlier this week or end of last week, whenever that was, they're using that. So we really can't get away, I don't see, from that INS rate. Those rates have been almost like set in stone. So now that we're up against.
So if you adopt a rate today and you can go down, but you can't go up, if you were to go down, what would you adjust? M&O?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So then what do we need to be doing now?
Okay. So it sounds
Did
like
we
this
want to
is-
maybe wait and do this after lunch, after we hear from?
That's what I was gonna say. We can, I could run the scenarios, I could run those by Ralph when he gets here,
Okay.
and then we can get his take on it, his recommendations. And so like she showed, there is some wiggle room there within your fund balance policy with the no new revenue rate to do things like that. I do have a couple things though that I wanna come
Okay.
back to. So one of those is, John Carter is with us as well. We talked about the jail management system and the records management system for the sheriff's office. And we looked at those, not the one-time costs, those were gonna be funded differently, but the annual reoccurring cost. We were provided both of those numbers. We were talking about what do we put in the budget for next year? And we were talking about how long it would take to go live. So we took 25% of the reoccurring annual cost of both of those and put those in the budget. John has just today received some information that once we sign those contracts, we would pay those amounts. And of course, we would spread them over the number of months, 12 months. But it would be paid on the onset of the contract. So that being said, since we only budgeted for 3 months, and he was saying, if we would happen to go live January 1st, we would need 75% of those amounts budgeted. And so I just, it's something that if that came up, and there's contingency available, of course, we can always do budget adjustments.
Now, say that again.
So
You lost me.
there's ongoing costs for both the jail and the record
Is
management
that the
systems.
maintenance cost we're talking about?
Just the annual cost, yes.
Annual maintenance, okay, maintenance cost.
And to use it. And so, we budgeted for only 25% of a year's amount.
Because we thought that's when we'd start using it.
Yes, but we thought when everything goes live,
Right.
when they have everything set up. John's learned that it would be on the onset of the contract when you sign in.
So you, how much? 3/4, all of it?
Well, you would pay 100% of an annual fee.
Up front?
Yes,
Before you ever get to use it?
yes,
Correct. They're-
Last a year.
yes.
So the way they structure their contracts is as soon as you sign the contract, those recurring fees begin. And part of that's because they have to pay the cloud fees to get it from day one or,
So you don't
Very
have
soon.
access to use it, but you paid for it.
well, you could use it, it just doesn't work properly, so
And we would-
technically.
And we would spread the expense over
Right.
the proper months, but it's just, we just wanted to let you know so that if we got into this year and it got up running super quick, and like you said, like, let's say January, we're signing those contracts, I would be needing to bring you a budget amendment to cover those other months that we didn't budget for, so,
And having talked to the company, they said they would work with us, is the term they use. They couldn't commit to anything today because they have to talk all that sort of thing over. Because they understand that we're going to have to pay our current provider, EDOC, during that whole transition period. And they are sensitive to that, so we are hopeful that that won't be the 100% number that you have been seeing.
That's the other committee we need to form after first year. No, he's on contract.
Sure.
So do we want, since we budgeted for 3 months, do we want to budget for 6 or 9? Are you okay just, knowing that we would need a budget amendment later on?
What are the,
So for 3 months, it was 118,000.
for both?
6 months was double?
Yes, sir. So
236.
236. Or we could look at 9 months, like John was saying, if it was even as soon as January 1st.
354.
So it's just, just,
It doesn't make me any difference what y'all are comfortable with. I'm comfortable. I wouldn't have a problem with going to contingency and leaving our numbers what they are right now.
That's where I am.
okay.
That gives a little bit more flexibility.
Okay. So just, of course, just wanted to keep you in the loop there and not, so there weren't any surprises
Yeah.
there if that happens earlier than later, so.
Yeah.
Okay. And so then, so no change, we won't make any changes there right now. The other thing, you were discussing earlier, the Old Springfield Road project. So, that's being researched for ARPA, and so, hopefully those things will fall into place and we use ARPA funds. But just in case, if not, we're going to add a line specific for that project, like we have done for other projects with $1 in general fund. So when you see the proposed budget, you'll see that line. We haven't talked about that yet, but just because of the discussion today, we're going to add that in there as well. Again, doesn't change the bottom line any. So that is all I have. We can, of course, go back to topics if there's anything else you want to bring up or add. But the way we have it now is how we will file it.
Okay.
With the exception of discussion for TCDRS
Okay.
after lunch. So,
Okay. All right, so we can come back to this item F2B after we go back into session after lunch and talk to Mr. Wallace and then before the day's out, we need to take this action.
yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Anything else before we go into recess? All right. We will recess until 1:30.
Recording stopped.
Thank
Okay, let's call the court back in session. All right, I think, Francis, you want to go to item F2A1?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything else to say before
No,
that?
I think we can just jump there first.
Okay.
And so we have Ralph Wallace with us, our representative from TCDRS, and so he'll give us an update on our plan and our assessment for next year. Passed out to you, are two handouts that he'll be covering.
Okay, good. Howdy.
It's good to see everyone again this year. Once again, just for the record, my name is Ralph Wallace. I'm an Employer Services Representative with the Texas County and District Retirement System. And I do appreciate y'all having me come up on a regular basis just to give y'all a little plan refresher and a plan briefing and let y'all know where things are so far when it comes to the county's cost to provide retirement benefits for its employees. So with that being said, I'm going to begin by going over this document here. It's the plan assessment for 2024.
Okay.
This is what we produce every year around April when we come out with the cost for the coming year rates. And it kind of breaks down the plan, excuse me, breaks down the calculated cost that the actuaries came up with for next year. And so I'm going to briefly go over that with y'all. And of course, if you have any questions, as you have in the past years, just let me know.
Okay.
But just to give a refresher on the current plan of benefits here at the county, y'all have your folks contributing 6% out of their paycheck into the plan each month. So they're saving out through their entire career. And as they're doing that, the county's putting away a percentage of its payroll budget to match those dollars if the employee retires down the road. And that current match rate is 250% or $2.50 for every dollar the employee contributes throughout his or her career. As far as earning the right to retire, the vesting chosen here by the court is 8 years. There's 3 ways someone becomes eligible. Regardless of which one of the 3, they have to have that 8-year vest in. Age 60 is one way. What's commonly referred to as the Rule of 75 is the other. It just means your age plus your years of service has to equal 75. And the third way is any age with 30 years of service. Now, when it comes to the actuarially determined rate or calculated cost to provide those current benefit levels going into next year, those rates are based on last year's plan experience. So what happened in 2022 dictates 2024's costs. And I'm talking investment performance, demographics with your employees. If the county had made a plan change, example, y'all adopted a 5% COLA for this year, but you adopted it last year for your retirees. So all that gets looked at when determining cost. And once again, if y'all have questions, stop me on that. But next year's rate or contribution rate calculated for the county is 14.44% of payroll or estimated payroll. And if you take a look on that first page, above that, there's a couple of little rates. There's an employer-paid normal cost rate and what is called the unfunded accrued actuarial liability rate, or UAL rate. And if you add those numbers together, it comes out to that 14.44. That normal cost part of that rate is paying for the expected cost of the benefits that employees earn into the future based on demographics. The unfunded liability rate is the part of that 14.44% that goes toward paying off any unfunded liability the county has over a 20-year period. Now, what causes unfunded liabilities? Well, adopting COLAs will add to it, because the cost to give your retirees an increase, it's got to come from the county to do that. Bad economies can affect that. Demographic changes, slowing payroll growth can affect that. So it's not just one thing that contributes to an unfunded liability, but your rate's designed to pay off that liability in 20 years. That way it doesn't get passed off to the next generation of taxpayers and employees. Makes us pretty much one of the most conservative retirement systems in the country when it comes to making sure that the plans stay funded in a healthy manner. And same with that required rate, or that the actuaries come up with every year. It's required for a reason. It's not an optional cost, is what I'm trying to say. As far as how the county's funded going into next year, basically what I mean by that is it's a percentage of how much your employees have accrued on benefits versus how much the county has put away to provide those benefits. And, you know, I mentioned a while ago that your rate's calculated and it's designed to pay off your liability over 20 years. Well, it's also designed to get you to 100% funded in 20 years under your current benefits, okay? But the current funded ratio for the county is, what does it say, 85, a little over 85%. And the question I get asked quite often is, well, what's a good funded ratio? Well, I can tell you all this, that most bond rating agencies like Fitch or S&P, they'll tell you that plans like y'all's, if they're 80% funded or better, they're in good shape. You know, another question I get asked is, well, what's this ultimately going to cost us? And my answer is always the same. Y'all probably heard me say this answer before, and that is, if y'all can tell me when that last retiree gets that last check, I'll tell you exactly what it's going to cost. Any questions on that so far?
So we're forced to keep county government in business forever and ever. Yeah.
Real quick, on the unfunded rate, when you say demographics, are you talking about age, like younger people, older people?
Yeah, and I'll give you an example. The ladies in the room are supposed to live longer than us men. So, for example, if the county hired a lot more ladies or females in a given year, their life expectancies are longer, so that can play a role. If you have less people pull their money out if they quit their job, because if they pull their money out, they lost that matching money that the county had been putting away for their retirement. It doesn't matter if they've been at the county for 2 years or 20 years. And so if a bunch of people do that in a given year, well, it's good for the county, and you wonder why they did it, the employees did that, but that can contribute to demographics. Does that make sense?
It does.
On the notes section here, you have a buyback adopted. What is that? What's that?
Yeah, back in 2002, what a buyback is, it allows anybody that left before 2002 and came back before 2002, the opportunity, someone that pulled their money out when they left, the opportunity to put that money back in, the county would match that as part of their retirement. But, and it affects anybody that would have left before 02 and came back before 02 in that situation. Moving over to the next page, just to give y'all an idea how much of a retirement benefit your folks are getting, I want to look at this little bar graph here. These are salary replacement ratios. I've been told all these years, most financial planners will tell you that you have to put away enough money to be able to replace about 70 to 100% of your final salary when you retire to sustain you in retirement. They call it a salary replacement ratio. There's generally 3 sources of income. With a McLennan County employee, they're going to have their TCD account. Any personal retirement savings and investments play a role in that. And Social Security plays a role in it as well. And what y'all are looking at there with the bar graphs is it gives you an idea after so many years of work what an employee here is looking to replace their final salary by at retirement. So, you know, that smallest bar there, if someone only put in 10 years here and retired, they're only looking at replacing about 22% of their final salary from their TCD benefit. But I always emphasize this, that this plan is designed to give an adequate retirement benefit to a career employee, not somebody that's working for the county for 10 years. because it's cash-based, it's savings-based. If you look over the other side, a 25 or 30-year employee is looking at replacing between 68 and 85% of their final salary from TCD. So
And that does not include Social Security?
that's just the TCD benefit.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Moving over to the third page. This is always, and I'm not going to look at the little line graph there. I'm looking at the columns of numbers below it. This just gives y'all an idea what the county costs have been over the last 4 or 5 years and what's affected that cost from one year to the next. I'm focusing on this year going into next year, as y'all can see, I highlighted that last column, the 23-24 column. And so this year, that rate's 14.61%. Next year, it's 14.44. And you'll see the reasons why it dropped, or a reason why, what's affected that rate from this year to next. And remember what I said, 2022 dictates 24. But going into next year, the reason for the rate change for y'all is y'all saw what happened with the market last year. It wasn't pretty in the economy. We ended last year a little under minus 6% return, which to me is is pretty good considering how things went last year. But I'll give you, you're going to have good years and bad years. In 2021, we did 22%. Well, and when we have in our long-term goal, 7.5, and when we have a good year like that, our board of trustees, which is made up of judges and commissioners from all over the state, they usually, they'll vote to hold back some of those extra earnings and put it in a reserve fund for a bad year like 22 was.
Yeah.
So they allocated some of those reserves to help offset the impact that would have on county costs for next year. So it's, the impact on McLennan County from last year's investment performance is 25 basis point increase, 0.25. Now, what's interesting though is you had some demographic changes that resulted in a decrease of 42 basis points, which was enough to offset that 0.25 and bring y'all down to the 14.44 for next year. And the reasons for that, I kind of looked that up. I noticed retiree mortality played a factor in that. Y'all must have had some retirees last year that probably passed away before their life expectancy. That kind of stuff impacts things. The other thing is during COVID, a lot of the younger generation that like to bounce around from job to job to job, they stayed put during COVID because they didn't know what was going to happen with work. But last year they kind of went back to their old ways of going to the greener pastures, I guess. And that had a system-wide impact on employers. So I always find that interesting every year. The actuaries always have a meeting and tell us about all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense to me. But anyway, those are the reasons for your rate change going into next year. Let's move over to this next document. This came straight from that plan customizer tool that Frances has access to this, and she knows it well. She's played around with it. But I want to move, since I've gone over all this other stuff on the first couple of pages, I just wanted to take a look at projections, which is let's start with the asset and liability projection page. What is that page? The rate projection page 3.
Okay.
So based on the latest actuarial valuation, this is what we believe rates are going to do, are going to be for the county in the foreseeable future. This is with the long-term educated guesses. Keep in mind that the more farther out this goes, the more of an art it becomes actuarially, but they base it on long-term assumptions, the actuaries do. The reason why you're seeing that rate bump up a little bit is whenever you come off a year like 2021, investment-wise, any actuarial loss like that, you feel the impact of that, not just, you don't get a knee-jerk big rate increase that goes into 2024. It's smoothed out over 5 years. What that does, it allows markets to have time to recover. So if we had, for example, a 2022, the good years, we don't just give a big old rate decrease to employers either. We smooth that out over 5 years, and we do that to keep rates stable for counties. By the way, I checked with our actuary. I said a while ago our long-term investment return assumption is 7.5. We've been doing about 9 for the last 40 years. You're going to have ups and downs in between, but as of last week, I think we're up about 7 for the year right now. Just so y'all know. Moving on over to the asset and liability projections. That COLA that was adopted for this year, of course, that adds some liability going into next year, or this year. But you can kind of see what I was talking about. If an employer or a county just paid that minimum required rate, once again, it's designed to move that funded ratio up over time and pay down that liability. I have some counties that are not just counties, we have appraisal districts, hospital districts, water districts. Y'all know this because some of them are in this county. Some of them will pay down the liability a little faster. They'll make an extra mortgage payment instead of just waiting for 20 years, which is fine if an employer has those resources. But, excuse me, I just wanted y'all to see those projections. I always recommend every year when the new rates come out, every April, probably told Francis this, to jump in that plan customizer on the employer portal, and even if the county's not considering any changes for the coming year, just run the latest projections, just to help out with budgeting and stuff. But that's all I have. I know there was some discussion about doing another COLA maybe next year. I think Francis said something about that.
Right.
Keep in mind, and I know y'all have heard me kind of preach about this a little bit, but if you do adopt COLAs on a regular basis, there's 2 ways to pay for these things. Because there's an estimated cost of adopting one COLA, and if a county decides to just roll it into its cost, it's paying for that one COLA it adopted for 15 years. The other option is we run a figure and the county pre-funds that COLA that they're going to pay or adopt for next year. The advantage of that is it keeps y'all on pace to pay down the current unfunded liability you have instead of adding more to it.
Yeah.
Did you want to add anything on the COLAs?
No, do y'all have any other specific questions about the retiree COLAs since we were on that topic this morning? I did run the scenarios in the customizer like he was talking about, and I sent those out and I saved them on the workshop drive. I added a TCDRS folder just over lunch, and so that shows you, I just did 1, 2, and 3 just for conversation purposes, but it shows you how it changes those rates at this time, what those look like, and then what the lump sum, roughly what a lump sum payoff would look like.
What do y'all say?
See those?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. I have these. I was thinking I passed them out with the other. Got it. Used my stuff. I know the print is small. We can pull it up too on the screen. So you'll see that first, the first column is just our current plan, so if you made no changes, that's what your rate would look like for the upcoming years. And then that second one, the yellow or orange highlight is at 1%, which is what we were looking at earlier. And so I just ran how that would change again, the rates for the upcoming years. I went ahead and took our estimated annual covered payroll. I put on the COLA that we're talking about currently for the next year. And then when I calculated it, I just added a 3% COLA each year, just to, you know, nothing's known, but just to try to come up with some amounts for the difference in cost each year. And I know those rates will change over time based on the way the plan is functioning. But then you'll see in the green bar, I just put it's 2,500,000, a rough number there, but that would, if you did a 1% COLA, that would keep your rate right about the same at the 14.44% for next year.
Yeah, that's the pre-funding versus rolling it in and paying it off over 15 years.
Any
And then again,
questions on that, or is that spur any thought about what we want to do?
What did we do last year?
We did a 5%, and we did just let it roll into the rate. We didn't do any
Right.
funding, upfront funding.
You all adopted the 5%, which took effect January of this year.
Yeah.
Well, we've approached everything pretty conservatively this budget years, and I guess be persuaded otherwise, but the 1% looks pretty encouraging on my part.
Other thoughts? You split, I guess you could do one overtime and one up front, or, you know.
Well, you know, you get more bang for your buck if you roll it, if you do roll it out. What does that add to the liability?
To the liability for, like, what we would be paying out next year?
Well, you're tacking on $2 million to
Okay, so you're so that $2 million, so the liability would be like 55 million.
Mr. Perry, you have some thoughts?
You know, I'd like to do better than a 1, but 2's pretty, Will, what were you saying? Fund 1?
Well, I mean, I had asked for what the 3% COLA would cost. And just because, I mean, that's even.
Got a cost, just a number clarification.
Matches.
When I look at the 1%, am I adding the 221,000 to the budget?
So that's, yes, that's calendar year. And so 75% of that amount
It's gonna be
roughly would be spread, you know, in each department. It would increase the retirement rate that's in each of those retirement lines. So 155,000 would actually be your, based on that calculation, would actually be what you see in the 2024 budget, because it goes into effect January 1st.
About 100 and what?
About 155,000.
That's in-
Because that's on a calendar year.
That's 1%. What is it,
Yes.
what is it figured on 2 and 3 then?
So then, just so what did I say?
100 and
155, so 310,
Yeah.
310,000, and then,
310.
430, 20.
say it again, I'm sorry.
155 times
Yes, yeah.
3, is that what
Yeah.
we're doing?
Yeah, so at 1%,
465?
Yeah, over 60 or 65.
And that's at 3?
That's at 3.
All right.
155, 310, and 465.
So yeah, at the 1%, you're looking, Haley added a line in there, about 166,000.
Oh, you threw my math off.
And this is just calculated on the estimated payroll. So, that includes overtime and step pay, and any of those amounts that we pay retirement on. So, that's a number that, we're just budgeting for. It may not come to that quite to that amount. But you'll see there how it would be reflected in the actual budget, the 2024 budget.
Okay, I'm asking a question. It might be a little off. I'm thinking the retiree COLA, that's the 1% that's going to go toward people who are actually retired. But you're talking about putting it in the active budgets for when active employees retire?
So when you give a retiree a COLA, and Ralph, help me with the words, but when you give a retiree a COLA, that's affecting your funding rate that we're paying on every dollar of payroll in the current budget. So when you say like the 14.4%, and we take your salary and we multiply it by that and we push it to TCDRS, that's not necessarily for you. That's to keep the fund going.
But
So-
when I say a COLA for retirees, is any of this money going to people who are currently retired?
You got it.
Yes.
It's not folks that haven't retired. It's the ones that have
That
been
are-
retired at least 13 months.
Okay, so this is for retirees, but it's going to cost the budget,
Yes, ma'am.
that 166,499 and so
Yes.
forth.
And every year going forward.
So what is I tell you, the 221,998, what is that figure?
So that's a calendar year. So the rate changes January 1st every year. And so since our year is a little shifted
All right.
over, we pay one rate for 3 months of the year and then
I got it.
another rate for 9 months of the year.
Okay. All right, I'm caught up now.
Other
It's a
questions?
lot of pieces.
Okay.
Other questions are, if somebody want to pitch something out there that, for the edification of the court.
I just kind of go back to, I think the 3% is close to CPI. If we do pay it out, I understand it probably affects our unfunded liability a little more. But we do get a little more bang for our buck, I think, if we roll it into the 15.
What if you did 1% with pay 2 million in and then the other 2%?
I mean, I'm open to any.
Because you could mix and match. You could,
What's that?
like if they did the 3% COLA, but, only put in 2 million upfront
Yeah.
and let the rest of it just
Oh,
affect
yeah.
the rate.
Yeah.
So that's what I think they were getting at.
I like that idea especially.
Yeah, I do too. That keeps us.
Yeah.
What did you say, Francis?
I think if I was interpreting right, I think the judge was saying if you looked at the 3% retiree COLA, and not put in the 6 million, but put in 2 million, or whatever number you choose, and then it would not affect, of course, the rate then that much.
But, once again, just keep in mind, if you do another one next year, or another one in 2 years, or another one, that's another
Yeah,
liability there.
it is.
And I think where the court's coming from here between last year and this year, thoughts are on the fact that retirees hadn't gotten a COLA in
Yeah. Years.
11 years prior to that I've been here. And I don't know how far before that, so very aware, Ralph, of what you're saying, but I think we've got a little catch-up to do, and then
Yeah, Commissioner, let's see, before this year, let me make sure I'm looking at it, I got the history here. Before this year, y'all did a 2% back in 2020.
in 2020.
And I think we paid on that.
And y'all made a lump sum of $2 million too,
But that was the most recent.
before the
Or the
current one.
5%
Back,
next
yeah.
year.
Yeah.
We've
Now,
done-
there was a time back between 1995 and 2010, all that yellow, all those years, where COLAs were adopted but not pre-funded. And so that's back when, I don't know, if some of y'all remember Steve, when he was the auditor here. It's been a while, but I know last 2 years, I think that he was there, the court pre-funded those last two COLAs before he left, I guess, but I've been here a while.
You're dating yourself.
If they, I know we don't have to give you our plan decisions until December.
Right.
But,
Okay.
even if we went into December and they said, hey, just, here's the retiree COLA we want to do, roll it into the rate. If we got to the end of a fiscal year and they decided to, hey, we're gonna infuse, $1 million or whatever it may be, can you do that, or does it have to be in your plan document that you submit in December?
If y'all adopt a COLA and you send some lump sum amount between now and December, it's all in one plan agreement that the judge would sign and send back to us. Now, as far as the money goes, the money can be sent to us as long as it gets to us by the end of the year.
The year, okay.
Yeah.
But I was saying, if a lump sum payment wasn't in our plan agreement that we sent you,
I'd just send you a new agreement.
Okay,
So in
no,
other words,
I didn't
if
think we were
y'all,
gonna turn the money
if
down.
the initial
I'm
plan,
just curious how that
if the initial plan was to not do a lump sum and do a COLA, and then a month or two before the year's up, you say, oh, well, we want to do that, I'd just send you a new agreement with
Okay,
both on it.
okay.
Yeah.
Francis,
Yes, sir.
just thinking on the bond call yesterday, that was one of the things that they wanted to know. So I guess what is we're in good shape right now according to everything. But what is the amount out there and what's it relative to, like a leverage ratio or one of those that long-term liabilities relative to
To the asset.
I know it'd be in banking, it'd be, leverage ratio to what's available debt service, have a debt service ratio, but
So I'll have to.
what's the ratio they look at on
So,
long-term debt?
what they're doing, when we have our government-wide financial statements, we always talk about converting them to business
Yeah,
type. Your liability for the pension is there, like the long-term liability, as well as OPEB and some other things. But you do have, there's, of course, an asset, like Ralph mentioned, to compensate for that. And so in the notes to the financial statements, it will we'll walk through all of that information, like the funded percentage. And so I don't know exactly when Moody's brought that up, exactly what they would use as their reference, but I'm thinking that is the percentage the funded ratio is 85.3%. On the document Ralph presented, and so that will be in our financial statements, in the notes to our financial statements. So I'm assuming that that's an important number they'll look at.
Yeah, and I just wonder what it, what's it relative to, in a county our size, and a tax base and a rate, how much contingent liability is too much? And how much is, reasonable, and where is the median? So that's something we can look at. So if we can
Yes.
make like this decision after we kind of get a better understanding that, are we getting over into that area that's kind of concerning or not?
I don't know why we couldn't. I'm going to get my hands on the Moody's structure, the new structure that they
Yeah.
use, and hopefully we can, kind of see how that applies.
But in
to
the
us.
past, Ralph, you mentioned 80%, correct? Did I hear you say 80% was?
Oh, as far as what the
Funded
bond rating agency you
Funded
say is a
ratio,
good funded ratio?
5.3.
Yeah.
Maybe stay north of 80?
Yeah. Just to give you all perspective, the aggregate ratio, and we've got 850 employers now in the retirement system, is around close to 90%.
Are they all stupid, or are they okay, or I still don't know.
We be there.
Yeah,
Are we?
probably not. That's the question right there.
Now, y'all talked about it a while ago, in theory, the county isn't supposed to close its doors, but I guess the funded ratio percentage comfort level is in the eye of the commissioner's court, I guess, in that
Sure.
situation.
It's all fun and games when valuations are on the rise.
Yeah. And then the door slams shut when
Yeah.
fear hits.
But you said those 800 and some odd, are the average is 90?
Close to 90%. Yeah.
And we're at 85.3?
Yeah.
And I know that's the guide that they look at, but I'm interested in what a rating agency, looking at the overall county position. I know in banking, we looked at the current ratio, the current liabilities relative to the current income. And then long-term leverage ratios had a factor out there that we were comfortable with. And, yeah, I've been out of it, I don't remember exactly.
And if you look at that government-wide statement, net position is the bottom line there. So, we have a great fund balance, healthy fund balance on the governmental statements. But when you go to that government-wide and you see that net position, it's a much, much different number. And so I know that number is also, like you were saying, because it includes all of these liabilities, all of these assets, all of our capital assets, all of our receivables. And so I know that's an important number.
So we have a little bit of time. So, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the things that we want to decide is if we want to do a COLA.
Mhm.
2 is how we're going to fund it.
Yes, sir.
Do we want to do it all one way, all another way, or do we want to split it up?
Yes.
And try to utilize and stay above our unassigned fund balance, 33%. And so right now, the indication is we do want to do a COLA. We want to consider that. And then it's how we fund it is going to be the next question.
Yes.
And so our time frame to do that is between now and December.
So you really don't have to give your plan, your decisions. before
December 15th.
But for budget purposes, of course,
Yeah,
we need a budget before the end of August. So those go hand in hand, but also you could adopt the budget the way it is and then still make a decision with TCRS that doesn't reflect really what you put in the budget, but you could amend the
we can do
budget,
that
so.
Because we have extra, we're over and above our
Yes.
budget. And then, as usual, our budget comes in, we come in under budget
Yeah.
every current year.
Mhm.
We ought to be comfortable in doing that. And if something happened that I can't describe what it'd be that changed all that, we just say, whoa, can't do it.
Yeah, and you can always change or cancel before the end of the year if you needed to do something different.
Yeah. Okay. And then, the only other thing, Ralph, is, it appears to me that it's very easy for an employee to access y'all's information and find out where they are individually, how they're doing, those kind of things, so,
Judge.
yeah.
That's a good segue for me.
Okay.
Y'all probably been getting emails from us about our big transition to paperless this year. We're
Right.
doing away with forms and all that, but we're also encouraging our counties to encourage their employees to make sure they register their account online, if for no other reason, just to take control of the account, just to prevent fraud from happening.
Yeah.
Even if they're never going to use the thing, which,
That's a good point.
yeah, but there's so many good options, and you can go in there and dream a little bit and run some estimates. You can make
Yeah.
beneficiary changes, things of that nature.
That's right.
See the smiles over here?
You said you have about 850 participants,
Correct.
all kind of districts and counties.
Hospital districts, water districts, appraisal districts, river authorities.
Would you offhand know how many of those in years past, percentage-wise, or even this year, are indicating they're going to do a COLA for retirees?
I might have the numbers on how many adopted one coming into this year.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find it here. Might not be the easiest thing for me to dig out. Let me see if I can get it here. Now, and keep in mind on this, Commissioner, I've got some employers that do them every once in a while. I have some that do them pretty regularly.
Some that never do.
Some that don't do any. Some of them provide retiree health insurance. So they tell their folks, hey, we're paying for health insurance, so. Let's see. 29. I'm getting there. 45 this year, 45 employers
That you know of right now.
that adopted one effective 2023.
Okay. Out of 850.
No.
Was that about 11%? From what I see here. Actually, no, I gave you the wrong number. It's 74. employees.
74.
74.
10% of 850 would be
Yeah,
85.
yeah, 74,
A little bit below 10.
yeah.
10%.
Well, and a lot of that, I mean, of course, everybody knows what inflation's been doing the last couple of years too. I've gotten a lot of calls from employers just asking about COLAs more than
Yeah.
normal.
All right. Ralph, anything else?
No, that's all I have.
Appreciate you coming.
You bet, you bet. If y'all need anything, just reach out to me.
You came at one of those times that it's easier to make spending decisions than
Yep.
it has been in the past.
Yeah. All right, well, y'all have a good rest of
All
your
right,
day.
thanks.
Uh-huh.
Appreciate it.
You bet. But hit that cold weather out there.
Yeah.
You'll fall out in a hurry.
See y'all later.
Thank you.
Take care.
Good
Have a
day.
safe trip.
Thank you.
Okay, Francis?
Okay, so we are back now then to the general fund. And so for this conversation, I think kind of seemed we could hold off and sit tight if y'all wanted to think on it some more.
Okay.
Not just if you want to do it, but also the funding, the way you want to fund that. If you're ready, if you're all ready to throw out, an idea today, that's fine. We can always adjust it, of course.
I think
before
somewhere
August,
make a
but-
note that we're thinking in the 3.5 range, and we're thinking about how we're gonna fund it, whether upfront or the easy payment plan.
And it does have to be whole numbers. So I know you just threw out 3.5, I think, but
So, okay.
we'd have to
so,
keep it.
I mean, I don't wanna be presumptuous at 3.5 is what everybody wants. 3 or what? I've heard both. What do y'all think? Anybody wanna pick something out?
I think, the way you two talked about funding, and I could live with that.
With 3? Is anybody opposed 3?
I
Mr.
know
Smith?
retirees can live with it. They're gonna be extremely pleased.
Yeah. Okay.
And then do you want to come back to the funding portion of that? Or would y'all like to put in 2 million or $1 million or 6 million?
So you would need that, I guess.
So we can talk about this in August if you do want, just want to sit on it a little bit. Even with the no new revenue rate, as we looked at earlier, there's still some of that amount between our target and where we're at right now.
Okay.
It's up there, and that would, of course, bring us down to 33%, fully spending the budget, of course.
Okay, so let's just, we can do it, we'll do it this month.
Okay, sure.
Later time, let us think about it.
Okay, so we'll just leave this budget as is, and then
Yeah.
we'll layer that in. We'll have some more discussion.
Were there any other areas that we talked about, but yet maybe not addressed, either with a dollar amount or a holding spot or anything like that? I know we talked about the mental health side and how
That's what I
that was
was
gonna
gonna-
be addressed. And Dustin, if you would, remind me of what, and when Daniel was in here and, we talked a little bit about funding, so kind of review that with us?
Yes, sir. So as you mentioned, it was briefly touched on that the BHLT, the Behavioral Health Leadership Team, may have a new structure in some shape or format, and I think that would involve some contribution from both the city and the county. And that's something that makes a logical fit in the opioid dollars. And as was talked about then, we need to learn more about how all that's going to work. And Judge Francis, myself, are meeting with Herb next week to start working through that process. But that's something we've seen numbers anywhere from maybe 125,000 up to 200,000 from the county side to provide that support around the behavioral health leadership team. But it's something that we've seen before when we can reduce inmate days, the impact that has, the positive impact that has on the jail and the county budget and getting individuals the help they need. So that's something that it's very much in flux and in the formative stages right now, but it's something that will likely be coming in the FY24 budget. So I do think we need something to be able to address it if it does come forward.
So the source could be possibly opioid money and combined with some of our money or some of the
right
county money.
So we can add in a line that's specific to that. Is it the behavioral health team?
Leadership.
Leadership
Yes.
team. So we'll add something in there in that same area that we have the other contracts with the Heart of Texas Behavioral Health
Right.
Network, and just have a placeholder there, and then if needed, we can,
Yeah, and hopefully
hopefully it is all opioid funding.
we'll get a better handle because there's been a few more settlements and a few things got pushed off in the global settlement agreement that we can kind of understand what we, at least for the next year or two, what we might have coming in on that.
I guess my question would be, knowing that, and I guess the city that we're partners with on this operates on the same budget year we do, why would we not get that while we're in the budget, the citing process, and in the middle of the year? Is it just not that far along to where they couldn't have something for us now?
Yeah, what happened is the legislature is contributing a certain amount, and so that's we're trying to determine.
Trying to figure out the
And
numbers?
so Daniel Thompson is trying to get all that together, and the city's interested in participating, putting money in it.
Right.
And we are, especially if we have a return out of it. And then if we can use opioid money, we want to use, that's what it's
Right.
for. I mean, a lot of it can be really specifically for that. So that's why it's kind of in the formative
And
stage.
just in the formative stage?
Yes, sir.
Just make it, it would be so much cleaner and nicer to
Oh, yeah.
be able to debate, or talk about it right now, but
Yeah.
just not the way the real world is.
Now, in the
Well,
legislature,
I
well,
think if you got a lump sum from opioid settlement in 24 sometime, which we probably most likely will, I'm all good for it going in that direction.
Yeah.
And then if we come back in next summer and we need to supplement it with general fund dollars, and
Yeah.
that's,
What we'll do.
that's when we can
take it under.
take it under advisement.
That makes sense, that makes sense.
And the other thing, Commissioner Smith, is it's still, we know that some money's paid directly. Some's paid into, we call it district, but it's district.
Region.
Region 16. And we're a part of that. We're the biggest part of that. That group's got to get together and see how much that's gonna come into McLennan County. And then the statewide, there's a fund there that could be pushed down as well. And so, Herb will have a lot more, hopefully a lot more information, in the next couple of weeks for the court to look at.
And that's on the funding end of it.
Yeah.
But the other end of it, the leadership team that we're
Yeah.
referring to, that needs to be funding, refresh my memory, what is the leadership team and what will be its purpose or function?
Well, the leadership team is made up of representatives from the city, the county, the hospitals, and then the mental health part of our medical side. And then there's stages on down from that that way into it. So Commissioner Jones and I are on the behavioral health leadership team, and Dustin's part of the activity as well. And so they will try to figure out who's gonna handle or contract to handle that portion of it to, once the program's established, and it's a long way down the road saying, here's how it'll work. And then there'll be a contractor or us or somebody that's gonna take that on. And so that'll be presented back.
I would assume it'd be enhanced programs through the behavioral health network.
Yeah.
Through our mental health authority.
To enhance programs?
Yeah, and increase programs.
Yeah.
Through their, whether it be, whether it be through the crisis center or we're building a several thousand square feet, facility and things like that, and to enhance that, we probably spend more on libraries than we do behavioral health. And it really affects all of our costs.
Gosh, yes.
At the jail. When you have people that are, in jail, one of the first things that came to my attention when I was, is that, our jail is probably the largest mental health institution here in.
The percentage of mental health
I mean,
patients out there is
right,
staggering.
psychotropic drugs that we spend and things like that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anything else, Dustin? So
No, sir.
Francis, however you want to plug in something to kind of have a holding.
We'll have it there, so at least there's some, people know that there's some intent there that we're.
Okay.
Okay, so we will file this proposed budget then as it stands right now. We file that with the county clerk's office. It'll also be on the website, and I'll send out that information so that you know where to access it as well. And we'll have it on the budget workshop drive, of course, as well. So now, from this point forward till we adopt on the 29th, any changes we make, we'll make them a record vote so that it's very clear where we started from with the proposed budget and where we'll end. We're next scheduled to be back together on August the 15th, which seems like a long way away, but that's our next regularly scheduled meeting. There's publications and, possible grievance dates in between there, but that's the next time we actually have a meeting set up. And so I'm just kind of going back to our original calendar. We are set to adopt the budget and tax rate on Tuesday, August 29th, which is the 5th Tuesday of the month. So we'll have a public hearing and then adopt budget and tax rate in that order. That hearing is sufficient, but I wanted to make sure that no one wanted to have an additional hearing sometime this month. On the August 15th agenda, we always have the spot on the agenda for the public to speak, as they always do. But I just wanted to make sure that no one wanted to have an additional hearing or to, we've talked about having something in the evening here and there, so.
My opinion is if we had a tax rate that we're proposing that's above the no new revenue rate, I would definitely say we should have a.
I agree.
Hearing, but the fact that we're not gonna go any lower than we are, and we adopt it, we can't go higher. I don't know the need of having more than one hearing, but I'm open to suggestions. We had one person come, was it last year, year before, and it was for the wrong, it's for a whole different reason.
So we wouldn't have this one on the 22nd then?
No, we do not need to have that one, so.
Any opinions on that?
I'm fine with the 29th only.
Okay. Okay. So we'll mark off that 22nd off the calendar. Okay. So then next is to propose the tax rate, and we take a record vote on that. The judge has some verbiage, so he'll read through the pieces of the rate. So that'll include the M&O and the INS and some breakdown. And then give some information on that public hearing on the 29th, as well as when we will adopt.
Okay. And then, just, so you know, I can either read this in as I'm making the motion, or I can read it in and if someone else really wants to make the motion, but I'm more than happy to do it. And then, go from there. All right?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. All right. I propose in a motion, a tax rate of 0.329805 for the 2023-2024 tax year. This rate is comprised of 0.028766 for the interest and sinking and 0.301039 for the maintenance and operations. The 0.301039 for maintenance and operation is further broken down into 0.0039 for the permanent improvement fund and 0.297139 for the general fund. All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's a motion made and second. Call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. And so, do you read in the date and time?
I can.
Okay, if you'll do that.
So the public hearing on the proposed 2024 budget and tax rate is set for Tuesday, August 29th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Here in the McLennan County Commissioners Courtroom. The budget and the tax rate will be adopted on that same day, August 29th, 2023, also in the McLennan County Commissioners Courtroom.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on the agenda we need to go over? Dustin, do you know of anything else?
No, sir, we should be good.
All right. Well, I know it's until the final stamp's put on it, it's still pending, but I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone, especially Frances and her great team for leading us in this process. I think it's gone very smooth. Really appreciate the department heads and elected officials in their timely presentations of their proposed budgets and a lot of thought put into it. And of course, the Commissioners Court members for hanging tough on all of this and really asking a lot of really good questions and taking some issues that are, hard to deal with sometimes, but I think solutions were well thought out. Appreciate all that. And then finally, IT for making this a very transparent and public process. It's very important to our community. So with that, if there's not anything else, we will stand adjourned.